everybody. Happy space exploration episode 20 day. I think it's Tuesday. Might be Saturday. I hope everyone's doing well. Hello, early birds. I feel like I gotta give a shout out because the last couple weeks, my father-in-law has been watching the stream at like 4:30 in the morning. So he's probably here. Mic sounds a little louder than normal, but not too bad. Thanks. I tweaked it because I thought it looked like it was normal than lower. I think I just tweaked it back, so it should be good. I don't think this pipe was connected. Now it is. Well, it doesn't even need to be there. I don't know if this is what we were doing last time. Is this what we were doing? I feel like this is not what we were doing. Oh, we gotta stand off. You know, stand off. These two cats. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. This is my life right here. Two cats. Luna's growling right now. Hey, Soaked Runner, I want to offer promotion of your channel, viewers, followers, chats, blah, 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 blah. Thanks. Appreciate it. I always talk to bots. I always talk to computers. I don't know why. It's a habit. You know those self-checkout lines at the grocery store? Where they, oh, looks like Penny won this battle. Alright, let's get back to the game. Those self-checkout lines. So Biker Stunge, that makes me very sad because I hate that I don't do anything and the OS updates and then my sound changes every single time. It's so frustrating. It is so frustrating, and it's just, you know what else changed? For some reason, a bunch of my command line scripts don't work anymore, and I think Windows just did some sort of big crap update behind my back, and that's all you can say, right? Yeah, I feel like a high school teenage high school girl saying that. It sounds bass heavy or reverb coming off a desk or similar. Well, what the heck? Here, can I just listen to it? You can just listen to it. Can I just listen to it? You can just listen to it. Weird. You can just listen to it. Weird. Does this change it at all? No, it didn't pick up another mic. Okay, whatever I changed back. The direct monitor button. God, I hate that. I hate that so much. I also updated OBS too, so that could be what's going on. Oh, chat, I figured it out. Chat, I figured it out. The microphone is backwards. How's this? Is this any better? It was actually, yeah, okay. That's okay. I understand now. Now I understand why the volume changed. Here I am blaming Microsoft, and I have a directional mic pointed the opposite direction. It's pointed completely away from me. And it, to my, you know, to my defense, there's two things going on here, right? The first one is I cleaned the mic because it was dusty, and that's why I put it on, and it ended up being backwards. And that's a good thing, right? You know, that's a good. I I cleaned it, so it's better. But it makes so much sense that it sounds like it's reverbing off of wood. Or reverbing off a desk marked at home. You don't even like, you nailed it so hard. All right, let's build. All right, so today, I feel like there's missing sound though. I don't know, like there's no music. Like I need music, but there's no music. But I never have music on my stream. So I think there's two things I want to do today. And first is this guy. Well, energy beams, 2 hours 27 minutes. So let's go ahead and get rid of. Let's get rid of all these accumulators. All right. All right, so they're working, and now I need, let's go back here. It requires 178 gigajoules over 120 seconds with a peak power of 2.23 gigawatts. 2.23 gigawatt power is, let's see, times 120 would be 223 plus 40 something, 260 gigawatts of power. Or 260 gigajoules of power, so it's like maybe 3/4 of that. So the peak is 33% more than the sustained. So that should mean that with about 70% of power and 30% accumulators, it'd be fine. So that's 1.5 gigawatts. That's a lot, considering what I have now. So, okay, all right. So, next up, here we do. We have an accumulator. They are 500 kilowatts each. You're on it. Okay, so 500 kilowatts each. And I need 2.23. I need 4,460 accumulators. See, this is the math I did before, and that was only one portion of the math, right? That was just one portion of it. So we have to do the other portion too, and that's like we actually have to have the power. So where's accumulators here? 5 megajoules. There's my calculator. It was 180 gigajoules, right? $36,000 accumulators. Okay, that's a lot. Let's go to plan C. Where's my nuclear here? Each one of these is 5.8 megawatts for 60 seconds of steam. So each one of these only holds 3 seconds of power. Oof. Big oof. So each one of these is essentially, yeah, it's really not that much. What about a storage tank full of it though? So this is, how much power is this? This is 60 seconds makes 5.8 megawatts, right? So, or 60 units is 5.8 megawatts. So that is 96.6 kilowatts per steam. So it would be 2.5 megawatts for a tank of steam. Is that right? I would still need like 7,000 tanks. Okay. Okay. So we're going that route then. We're gonna go this route. You guys hear that? Doesn't sound right. I've done math correctly before, and I've done it wrong before. So we could definitely do a wager on whether or not it's correct. And I would probably, I think that statistically I would be wrong. So let's do that calculation one more time. Do it one more time. Okay. Uh, 5.8 megawatts divided by 60 is 96 kilowatts per times 25,000 is 2.5 million kilowatts. Oh wait, that's 2,400 megajoules. Hold on, that's 2,400 megajoules, isn't it? And I think I need 196. It's only 81. I was off by a lot there. 81 is not so bad. Oh, but wait, hold on, Baker Staunch. See, here's the thing. Oh, here's the thing. Even if I had that, okay, it's 5.8 megawatts for each steam turbine, and I need. Wait, yeah, okay, this could work, right? So 5.8 megawatts, and I need something like 2,300 divided by 5.8. 400. Okay. All right. We're gonna change our mind here. We're gonna change our mind a little bit. It's probably good that I have accumulators, but not that many. Nuclear. I need 400 steam turbines, and then what I'm gonna do is I'm going to say that each steam turbine gets 5 tanks. No. 1 tank for 5 steam turbines. And it's 60 per second. So 60 per second would be 416 seconds. Hold on. 5,000 divided by 60. It's 416 seconds to fill it, which is 7 minutes. So I'm going to do 1 heat exchanger to 5. Right? So 1 heat exchanger I don't need a Steam battery calculator. I'll do it. It's fine. We got this, right? To 5 storage tanks, and then each storage tank has 400 over 80 is 5. Yeah, 5. So 1 5 25. So that means I need 80 storage tanks. Perfect. And this is going to Amakania. Right here. And we're going to put our... Is it this one? It's this one. I'm going to put our defense in the bottom right-hand corner. I'm lazy and just use electric boilers to fill the tanks as well. That doesn't make any sense because I don't think the electric boilers are 500 degrees, are they? Weird. What's 80? What's 80 divided by 5? 16, right? I'm still waking up. Okay. You're going to be requesting tons of steam turbines. We basically have all the storage tanks already on the way, so we're good. All right. While that's being made, I'm going to... Sorry, my cats are being jerks to each other. Hey. Hey, Luna. You want to come on my lap? Look at this cat on my lap. I wanted to do that. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Yeah, this is good. This is good. It's gonna make a ton of these. Okay. I wanted to do one more thing over here, and that is let's get some level 4 modules. Hey. Oh, speaking of that, did this thing ever work? We have 49 productivity 2s. So, I don't know. I don't know if this worked. We don't have any prod 3s. But we're upgrading to prod 3s. Very slowly. We need more glass. Not what I expected. Let's check space. See if there's anything to launch here. This is probably worth launching, right? Look at all these space capsules. I'm just going to launch this because it's on... It is on never launch. So to launch this, I change this to like 60. What about this one? This one doesn't need to launch. No, wait, and then I'll set it back to 120. Good. And that'll never launch. It's red. It's already ready to go, though. So there's some glass. Oh, shoot. That was dumb. I completely forgot. Do one more thing here. All right, we're gonna send machine learning data. Anything above 75, we're gonna send. Let's see if it sends it. So yeah, okay, perfect. All right, so that's for modules. So any extra machine learning data that we make, we're gonna send back down. Perfect. So I wanted to do that first, but oops. Are we ready for our next step? So we need to make a multiplexer. You guys ready to make a multiplexer? This is super exciting. I know, it's like all wires. I think we're going to do it. We're just going to do it. So let's just you and you. Move this up, move that there. Looks like they both got power. Let's get a decider, a arithmetic, and a constant combinator ready. And I know I could probably just copy and paste this, but I want to kind of go through the motions here. So we're going to need a clock, and that's simple enough, right? So I like to, let's use the dot signal as the clock. Well, no, I like that as a placeholder. Is there a clock icon in here? Looks like there isn't. Doesn't look like there is. Use the death icon. Why did I not know how to make a clock here? Alright, there's how many channels we're going to have, right? Oop. So that's simple. Each one of these things is going to need a clock. Call this the Amakania delivery network. So let's connect it like this and like this. And there we go, our clock. All right, just to verify, it does look like every ticket's updated. So that's good. Now we need a way. I might just get the green wire in my inventory because I'm so used to that that it might not hurt. You know what I mean? I hate having to. I'm just gonna put it in my inventory. That way I always have it. So now what I want to do is I want to connect receiver over here. Okay. And then I want a channel. So our channel is going to be what planet we're on. Good. So we're on channel 16. All right. And when channel 16, only that. I wonder if there's a mod that gives you an infinite supply of them. That would be nice. It does seem like something we shouldn't have to make. And we output everything. And now we should see a little tick, right? Every once in a while there should be a little tick here. There is not. Oh, it's because I didn't do it right. There we go. So now we have a little tick. Okay. And for testing, I could slow this down, but no. I think we know enough about what we're doing here. So this is essentially everything we're looking for. But I don't want... I don't want these two on the wire because it's going to cause problems. So I have to subtract them out, but I have to subtract them out on the next tick. So I have to delay this. Let's do, well, I guess each not equal 0. Each count. So we're gonna delay this. All right, so that's gonna delay it by 1 tick, and we're gonna say this math arithmetic combinators here. Also gonna say do a negative version of it on itself for that and the planet. Combine these three. When we combine these three, now we shouldn't have anything but what is on the wire. See, now we got nothing. And over here, let's see, it's green. I'm gonna put A 100. So I got A 100, and this will flash. This has A 100 on it. Oh, whoops. Yeah, okay, that's fine. A 100 always. This should only flash A 100 every couple of ticks. And you can kind of see it's just flashing A 100, so it is working. I don't see any other icons. Planet numbers can be greater than 1,000. These are my own internal planet numbers. I did not know that a planet had a number. Bigger Staunch, how do you get the planet number? How do you wait? What? How do you get a planet number? Is that like a train number? This is my U. This one? So eventually I can get an automation signal for that. Okay. Oh, they have delta V in here. Interesting. I did not realize that this was so like that's interesting. I didn't. Okay. I didn't think it was that advanced. You can also set a delta V reference point. I don't know what that means. Now I need a memory cell. I don't want to reinvent this. Okay, so factorio wiki memory cell. What is this going to do for me? Is this legit? 3? I feel like 3 is one more than it needs to be. It's Tuesday today, yeah. Yeah, delta V is calculated from another point of origin. It's probably the star. Or center of the universe. Output is the last non-zero input. A non-zero R signal. 0 is the input. One tick bursts of R or I are handled properly. Negative values are handled properly. Oh, that's right. One tick bursts are sometimes not. They don't work with these. It's calculated from novice by default. Interesting. So this is it? Am I okay with 3? So here, input here. I times 1. So input times 1. Output R. This is not what I'm looking for. Hey, Baker Staunch, thank you for the gifted sub to Reboot Your Mind. 390 in total. So this is a memory cell for one thing. I need a memory cell for everything. Right? This is only going to store I. That's it. It's generators, counter, memory cells, A is greater than B. This is for storing a specific value. Positive and negatives. Multiplier and dictionary arrays. What? Oh, wow. No, that's not what I'm looking for in here. Well, maybe this one? No. Okay. This is the same one. This is not English. What about this one? This is an oldie but a goodie. Has anyone tried if ChatGPT can do factorial signals? Left arithmetic combinator multiplies each input. This is like, can you just make a screenshot that has the wiring and stuff? Oh man, I'm asking for too much. This might be the one. Okay, so counts the number of item of each type on a looping belt by counting the numbers that are added and removed. Each inserter takes item off the belts connected with a red wire. Left arithmetic multiplies each input by -1 and adds output to each. The right one is a memory cell as above. Memory cell's input is connected to the inserters that are placed on the belt and the output. Okay, so that's not at all what I'm looking for. Do I need a latch? No, I don't need a latch. Hmm. What's this one? Is this page 1? No. Count increases in whatever signal you give. No. I really don't want to make this myself because I've made this before and I don't like doing it. This is a broken link. Do we have to do this ourselves? Chat, do we got to do this ourselves? It might be like an SR latch, but... Okay. All right. Need another one of these then, I think. And then when that is that, I want also the next tick is going to be pin 1. All right, so now let's get a pin times each into each. So we are getting a pin, but I don't see the 100 in there. That's on a different wire. It might be on a different wire. I see the pin. That's it. Where's the other one? Let's get rid of... Okay, now I see it. So how do I want to do this? It's basically... If the pin is set, okay, we should hold on to it. Then we have it there. Oops, I don't want to get rid of it. So now it'll get to pin is 2 though, right? So when I get a new value, pin is 2 and A is 2, right? So I need to drop A when...
I need to drop everything when I get a new signal. So really this should be R equals 0. All right, so when I reset it, I need to propagate. Why is it 1? Hold on. What? Isn't this like 100? It is 100. So why is it 1? I'll put input count to this one. Greater, not equal 0. Add them all together. Pin times something. So I get a pin. Pin times each. Oh, there's nothing on there. That's why this was here. Tick delay. 1. These are all delayed by 1 tick. And then they go into this. This is not delayed by 1 tick. This would need to be delayed by 1 tick as well, otherwise we have an issue with timing. No, this is delayed by... Okay, so we just delay it by 1 tick then. So if that equals that, which it won't. We need another one of these. That outputs pin. And I think it needs to be delayed by a tick, because if this outputs pin, right? Here I have let's do a time sequence here. Doot, 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 doot. So this is going to come over here. So we got kind of a time sequence here. Left to right. Am I losing chat now? So here's the tick where it's equal. Yeah, and then if it's not equal 0, if each is not equal 0, I'll put... So this is a delay here. So this is everything. This is basically saying get rid of our planet and our death, and I'll put a pin if planet equals death. But planet equals death is also true if they're both 0, right? So here, this is our new one, and this is basically if we want to pin that value. So it needs to be delayed one to go in. But so is it a reset or a pin? Because I think what's going to happen is when I make the transfer, I want this to be seamless, right? So this has a value of a equals 1, right? This has a equals 1. Does doing this each tick make it more complex? No. I think I would have just had like 100 ticks per channel for it to do what it wants at a time range. Seems like it'd be enough time to set requests or compare chest contents with what was requested, etc. But never set up a multiplexer, not really sure. No, Baker Sanch, the issue is that if you don't, this whole thing needs to happen atomically is essentially what's going on here. So it's going to take, let's say, 4 ticks to read the signal and propagate it to the internal network, right? You need to make sure that on the 4th tick, it is a clean transfer of what the signal was and what the new signal is, so that it's not jumping all over the place during that process. Because if you just ignore it entirely, maybe it'll just clear the signal and it'll be blank, and then it'll go back up to the values, or maybe it'll like go negative and then go back up to the values. Like or you might get like different signals in there that screw things up. And I've done this before and I had issues with that, and I remember that, so I want to solve them correctly this time. Essentially what I need to have happen is I need to have a smooth transition from a equals 100 to 101 or 105 or whatever, whenever the ticket's updated, without it being missing or a problem. So on that note, I'm gonna need some coffee for this. I'll be right back. Okay. So this is our signal here that's got exactly what we want. And this is our memory cell right now. So let's say we do this pin of 1, okay? That's not what I wanted. Has to be this guy. Let's change this then. When pin is 1, I'll put everything. There we go. Now I have this issue where the pin is going up exponentially. Well, everything is. Okay. So what is the basic memory style is basically just output. I can't do this. I have to have a reset. So remove equals 0, right? Otherwise, it's just going to keep climbing. Well, it still is climbing. So this pin is always on. Why is it always on? It shouldn't be. This is wrong. Here we go. Now it's counting. Perfect. So we're getting closer. We're getting closer. So when trash equals 0, this output nothing. And when trash equals 0, I basically want to bypass this. I want to set this. I want trash to set to 1 for a tick. Okay. And that'll clear this. And during that same 1, I want it to send a new signal, a different one over here, which is going to be like, I guess, pin. So this should actually be trash, because what's going to happen is this is going to be a signal ahead. And it's going to clear the signal. It's going to clear the signal right before it. You see that? So when we get planet equals death, we clear this, all right? So this is 0. So this is going to output nothing when this outputs, okay? So this output then would take over and also be picked up on the next one. That can be done with a simple delay. Okay, and then I take this, and I take this output, and this output, and I put it here. And I should see a smooth here. Oh, I didn't want to get rid of that. Almost smooth. Okay. So this is going to trash this one. This is still going to output. This needs a delay again. It still has a trash though. I don't want it to have a trash. And now we have to open the editor. Sorry. We're going to save it and we're going to go into editor mode. Because I need to design this a little bit. And we have this clock here, which is nice. Is this playing? It's numpad plus, okay. Okay, you know what? Hold on. I'm just going to change these parameters a little bit. Instead of 80, let's do 8 ticks. And then instead of 16, we'll do 5. Let's see how this goes. Yeah, it's quicker. So on tick 5, okay, nothing, nothing. We have a 100. Boom, 1 tick. These fire. Trash goes out. And everything here goes out. This fires for trash. It's got an input. Oh, it doesn't. Was that the previous tick? All right, let's go back to this one. And trash fires. This has trash and 100. And these have all the inputs. This doesn't have anything. Okay, so now we have nothing in here. Okay, but we have our outputs here, which is A100. So A100 needs to be connected to that. And then this is going to grab the signal and output it. So that's our problem. Okay, I see the problem now. Can't load the game, but... So this is what needs a delay, not these. So this goes away. Not quite. Oops, I don't want that. That was close, wasn't it? I have to copy this signal though. Let's see one more delay on this. Nope. Back to editor. Five. Boop. Boop. These all fired here. This has trash on it. You don't need trash on it, do you? It still has trash on it. Okay. Alright. Look at that. Nice clean signal. Did I understand the purpose of this right? You are making this to reduce the amount of signal transmitters receivers needed. Yes. Reboot, that is correct. So what we're doing is we're going to have a multiplexer for every planet so that every planet can send a message to every other planet. And it'll know where that message came from with one signal receiver on each planet. But I think you need a signal receiver for every single sender. So it gets a little weird. This is the easy part, reading. So writing is going to be a little bit harder. Okay, let's just check out what's going on here. So we have tick 0. Nothing happens. All right, so we're going to output some stuff here. This gets the planets and the skulls, and A is 100. So it probably sends that over, and there's no, I guess this one's on soon. Yeah, this one's on. So this clears while these calculate. So this is clearing, but its output is here. Okay, so it's still on it, right? And so now this one fires, and this fires, and this fires. So this is... This is blank because it didn't have anything before, but now it's got a new input signal, and this now has something. So it's getting the signal from here, which is the newest one, and then next time it'll get it from here and not this one. Do I need both of these? I think I do, because I can't connect this green wire to anything. Because if I do, like, if I connect this green wire to anything, it's going to screw this up. So this green wire can't have an outside connection, so it has to be moved. Now here's the real question, is can I do this with both red and green wire on the same circuitry? I think the answer is no, but I'm not sure, right? Because, yeah, there's no way. I'd have to have a different one for each signal. I don't think it's necessary to have a red and green signal, but I can probably do the wires for it by inverting the wires. It wouldn't be so bad. Can I trim this down at all? I don't think I can, because this trash does need to be a tick early. It has to be a tick early, so that's fine. I wish there was a way to get rid of these easier, but I don't think there is. Because I just don't want them in the network. It wouldn't hurt to have them in the network, but I don't want them in the network. This is obviously the copy bit. This is the memory cell. This has to be here unless... Actually, if it's red, if it is red, it's probably okay. Right? If it's a red signal, but it's a green signal. I would like this to match this. This color. Whatever's coming in should match the output. Otherwise, it's going to be weird. But if this were red, it would work. But if this were red, then this would have to be red. I'm sorry, if this were... Yeah. If this were green output there, this could work. Then I wouldn't need these two. So I got to redo this whole thing. Over here. You could flip the internal wires, couldn't you? Yeah, we're going to flip all the wires. This is a kind of a pain in the butt. Okay. You know what? I have the blueprint, so let's quit. And now let's go back to our normal game because I don't want it to be one of those... Oh, not autosave. I don't want to be tainted by going into editor mode. You know what I mean? I just needed to do some, just a little bit of testing with it. So I have this blueprint, right? So I can just, like, I don't know, I can just do this. All right, so we invert these first, and then this one. So I know the red comes across, so that'll be green coming across. These didn't need to be inverted. They don't even need to exist. Well, we'll see about that. Okay, I see what's going to happen here now. This green comes across. Is this connected here? Red, red, red to there. This is weird. It should work. It worked before. Yeah, see now we have a predicament because if this is the green output to that, and this is the red output, I'm kind of screwed. Your output on the decider top right went into the middle. Thank you, Bakersnot. Check out that one. So I can't actually output the green signal here. This would have to be a red signal. That's too bad. I don't think I can. I think there's like a conflict here because if I swap the signals again, then this is going to be a red signal into that, which isn't going to work. I think I'm stuck with these. I think I'm stuck with the delay. I don't think there's any way around it. Chad, is that right? I think that's right. Think about it. At its core, this is outputting a signal to a memory cell and to the output. And it has to be a different signal. And the memory cell has to output on the same line as the input. So I can't use green into here and green out without also using red out on the other side. Okay. Good. Now, here's the really tricky part. So writing to this thing. If we want to write, we have to time our signal just right, and that's to get right out of the trash for the tickets on. Yes. It's to trash the signal, I think. To get rid of the trash. Well, I mean, trashing is like it's a memory cell and we're basically clearing it the tick before. I don't know how else you do it. Like this is your reset. I don't want to use letters though. Oh, this is beautiful, isn't it? I love the skulls. I don't know why it's skulls. So to write on this thing, all right, so here's the really tricky part. When we write on this signal transmitter, we have to start our write logic 5 ticks before it gets to that point, I think. Or like it has to update the tick before because this is taking a snapshot, and if we read from this, it's not, the clock isn't going to be the same. It's going to be off a little bit. So we have to take the clock from this, okay? Because we're not going to have, we have to all be in sync. So we take the clock from this, and if it's like 7, then what we need to do is we need to start our logic on 2 so that it hits on 7 and lands into this thing on 7. And I think this is probably delayed too, right? It's my guess. So what we'll do is we'll probably have to send it on 6 or 5. And so we send on 5, then it'll show up on here at 7. So this is going to be interesting. So right now we're just always sending a equals 100, just always. So that's going to go away, and we're going to change this. I measured 2 ticks from signal to transmitter. Yeah, we'll figure that out. So let's bring this down to 10 and 5. Okay, it's on 10.5. And here's the green signal. Do it over here, I guess. And then I'm going to have a constant combinator somewhere. It says B is 100. Maybe I should actually have it be a clock, to be honest. Yeah, let's just make a little clock. Okay, that's fine. So now I have a little clock that has my signal. Let's swap these wires. Because I want the green output. Then I need to read from here. Okay. Skull. Need a math combinator though. Where's my here? Easy copy paste. Skull plus helmet? Helmet is not on there. Helmet should be on here. Awkward. Makes it really hard to tell what's going on. Okay. Do I want skull here? Skull? No, planet. I think so. I'm not sure this is gonna work. Ugh. Not sure this is gonna work. Hour and 30? Okay. So this is gonna be mod. Alright, so let's see what we've got now. So we do have a value between 0 and 10. What I need to do is I need to add 10 to it and then subtract a number because we need to do this before the tick. But it's like, let's say it's 4 ticks before what we're looking for. And the planet is the first tick. So it needs to do it at t minus 3, t equals minus 3, which is t plus helmet minus 3. So what I'm going to just do is I'm going to add, I'm going to take the signal, right? And this is, death is the, I love that I'm using death here. Death is the clock, right? I think death is the clock, yeah. Death is the current planet that we're looking at, okay? We're going to add the total planets to that, and we're just going to subtract the planet we're looking for from that, which is going to be this one. So this is planet. I don't need this one because it's constant. I'm still going to do it though. Now I should have a value that is, if this is 5 ticks before that one, okay? So now that I have this, I have a planet that's pre-delayed by 5 ticks, right? I don't need this. If I guess if the planet is 0, right? The planet is 0. Output everything? So now it's just kind of like throwing B around there like crazy. And put it into this and see what happens. Say, let's save it. Let's look at this guy. Looks like it's also throwing a skull on there, right? So that's a problem. That's a problem. No, why is it? Confused. Got it, I see what's going on. Hey, Evil Rays, how you doing? We're doing some logic. This is good stuff. You're gonna love it. We are very much doing some logic here. I don't go up to 11 though. Doesn't make any sense. It's not supposed to go up to 11. It's supposed to go up to 10. Nice helmet 20 here. It's helmet 20. Oh, because it's outputting the helmet. It doesn't need to output. Crap. Hey, buddy, what kind of logic are we doing? We're doing a multiplexer. So we're going to channel N signals through one signal receiver so that each planet can have a direct channel to every other planet. It's gonna be something. Let me give a shout out to my buddy Evil Rays. I think I need some coffee soon too. Oh, I see. Let's get rid of... I don't think we need this anymore. And then... I'm just gonna break this signal up a little bit. So I can do this again. There we go. There we go. And let's go back to this editor. I'm gonna have to do that again because I'm in the editor mode. Sounds like orc trickery to me. It's good stuff. It's good stuff. So B is coming in at planet equals 10, right? So planet equals 5, we got nothing. But planet equals 10, we have B59. So it's coming in at the wrong time. So this is skull 3. This is skull 3, okay. So at skull 3, we're on planet 6. Skull 4, planet 7, 5, 8, 9. So it's actually writing on 7 right now. Well, no, because it writes on tick 8. And it takes 2 ticks to get there. So why is it doing 7? It's because we have a delay, isn't it? Far more advanced than anything I have going. You know me. You know me, right? Isn't there a way to do wires? I don't see wires in here. I'm guessing no. Okay. So B, we just sent it. All right, so we're sending it on the signal now. I'm looking for 5. We are 2 ticks too early. -2 on this. Now we're 5 ticks too early. 4 ticks too early. We went the wrong way. -6. The things Rain would do just to avoid placing a few more signal transmitters. It's a lot. It's not a few. It's a lot. So now when we get to 5, now we're at 6. How did that get off by 1? All right, -5. $130, $131. It's actually there for 3 ticks. It's actually there for 3 ticks. That's not what I expected. So why am I doing this? I'm taking 5 and I'm multiplying it by -1. I'm subtracting 5 from this, and then I'm doing another -5, so this needs to be +5. That could help. I don't know why it could help, but it could help. I don't know why there's 2 ticks of 0. Oh, it's because the clock is 1 tick is 0, which is gross. Which is really gross. Do I want a 0-based tick? I kind of do. You know what? I kind of do. So we're going to keep that, but now we have to take into consideration that we could also be on the 0th tick, right? So in theory, that would be this one, right? So this is 19. So 19 plus 5. Well, hold on. Output signal's 8 for some reason. $20. 10. Can we change this a little bit? Can we change this to be 6? Let's see what happens. I think it's supposed to go to 21. So what's happening here is we're trying to figure out if the planet is the planet we're looking for with a modulo and equal to 0. I don't understand why we're getting duplicate numbers though. There's something weird going on with this, where we're getting 21 and then 11 and the next one. Have a good stream, Evil Race. Thank you. I'm off to bed. Have a good night, Evil Race. So I guess like 11, 21 mod 10 is 1. So we're getting the 1. And then it goes back to 11 mod 10, which is also 1. (21 to 11) is basically saying 10 to 0. So I do have 11 possible things, right? Mod 10 may not be correct because it sends a 10 on here. That's the problem. That's the problem. Or this makes it simpler. Because it's doing a less than or equal to. It should not have sent a 10 signal across. That was the problem. So now over here, we should have a nice clean 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 0. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 0. And we're looking for 1 tick at planet equals 5, which is this one. I think we're 1 tick off. Other way. Now on the 5th tick, we get the B. So this signal here is sent. B is 188. Okay, 188 is sent to this thing. 2 ticks later, we get the 188. At this point, we're going to send another one. Right? Because skull's 5. Or we're going to want to send another one. So this is going to propagate here. This is going to propagate here. And now we have output signal 5, which is, I guess, what we're looking for. Maybe? I don't know why I'm adding 5 and subtracting 5. I know why. It's because to send on channel 5, I have to subtract 5. So then, here is where we're going to send the next signal. It works. I think it works. Hold on, let's just go down here then and see it in real time. Yeah, it is working. It's transferring the clock over. But I also got this ugly helmet guy, which I don't want. That's it. Okay. I'm sure there will be plenty of bugs. Like what happens when the power is low. But now we have, wait a second. We got -1. Now we have a nice clean signal multiplexer. I love it. No control signals whatsoever. It's a cat. Oh, she was there for a second. Wait a second. Uh-oh. What's this? Here's Arya. Here's Arya. She's probably hungry. I think I'm going to give her some food. Get her some food and me some coffee, and then we'll do Amakania. So we've designed this multiplexer. Now we can start implementing it, which I'm excited for because I'm just very excited for it. How many channels do we want? Probably like 100 channels to start, right? I mean, it doesn't matter how often this is updated. It doesn't have to be perfect. There are some flaws with it, like it can't handle pulse signals, but that's okay. I'm going to mute my mic right now. I'm going to get some coffee. I'm going to get some cat some food. And then we're going to implement it. Okay, that was a little bit of a longer break than anticipated, but it was worth it. I'm gonna follow with a tier 1 sub while I was gone. I didn't miss that one, did I? Thank you very much for that tier 1 sub. Thank you so much. It's a new name, new sub. Always good to see. Yeah. So I'm super happy about this thing. Super happy about this thing. It's working, right? Yeah, it's still working. So let's actually make a little quick design for this. So this needs 2 or 3 parts. I think we can combine this one and this one in a way, because this should be the same signal. We have a read and write in the same signal, and then I am going to want to do this. Okay. And this is going to be its own thing. Okay. So let's do time series on this one. And then, oh, I wanted to check one other thing. What happens if I turn this off? And we don't have... It just stops. If the clock stops, our updates stop. Which is interesting. Okay, and then over here, we are still... Are we going to write to this? We are going to write to this. We're writing to it constantly, aren't we? Okay, so I don't want it to write to it constantly. So I want to fix this, because this is like kind of dumb. But it's doing a modulo 0. What happens if I do this equals 0? Negative 10, 100. And I feed it into here. Nope. But if I did planet instead, and connect it into here. Now it'll never work. Just a huge negative number. Whoops. So now it would only do that for Planet 5, right? Maybe, actually. But it's modulo 0, so I'm not sure what modulo 0 does. So this is basically just saying if we don't have the control signal, never write. So now we shouldn't get anything. Yeah, we're not getting anything here now, which is good. So I guess I would prefer to have that in here. Can I simplify this at all? I don't think I can. This constant common error does need to be here, and then this one does as well, but it's going to be shared. And then this is going to be probably over there. Okay. So, boop, boop. This is our input signal. That's it. Okay. Okay, and then this is the other side. And I want to smash all of that right in here. So I'm going to have this logic here. Let's do this side first. Am I still in editor mode? Did I rehost? I believe I did. Yeah. Okay. So I'm gonna move all this stuff over here now, or I can move that to the left, but I don't know. I did rehost. Good, 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 good. And I think I might connect this into here. Okay. Which means I don't need this connection. I need this connection. I'm gonna move everything more now. I'm stuck. Okay, we're getting close. This is going to be the planet signal. I want this to be right below here. Easy access. These can come like this. I guess I don't want this one. Wait. Oh, crap. They're the same thing. I don't think +5 is correct. I think this is supposed to be -5 or -4 because +5 is actually do it 5 late, not 5 early. This is supposed to be, I think, something different. I think this is supposed to be -4 because if it only works as +5 because it's modulo 10. So 9 + 5 is 14 modulo 10. Is 4. 9 minus 5. So this should be -5. I'm pretty certain. I don't want this to be next to that though. So I'm going to do this, I guess. Something like this. I want to clean this up a little bit somehow. Ah, this is just like, it needs one more. It needs one more somehow. Should be easy enough to test by changing the clock to 50. Yep, we'll find out. We will find out. So here's one aspect of it. And then I want this as the other aspect of it over here. And I would prefer it if these were all just strung out. Like this. Might be stuck again. Nope. Good, good, good. Perfect. Don't need this. Oh, it doesn't reach all the way. There we go. There we go. I like this. And then this can come down, this can come down, this can come down, this can come down. Giving me just a little bit of space here for all sorts of weird stuff I wanted to do. Let's see. This input is connected to all of these. I'm not sure if this is simpler or not. This seems simpler. What a doozy this is. And now this is the hard part. This is the input of the so this is what we send. And then oh shoot, where's the output of this thing? I guess it's this one. And then this is what we get back is this. But I can't put it there. So where do I put it? Well, I theoretically could put it here. So this is the received and this is the sent. Technically, I don't always need this. Like, there might be times where I'm only sending, right? And there might be times where I'm only receiving. I'm thinking about maybe just doing like a red and green wire where red is send, green is receive. I could ditch this then. Connect this straight. Green is receive. Red is send. Goes into, I think, just this one. Time to clock on over here. Oh, how is it not on? This is why. So it's not working. Great. Why is it not working? That explains it. Perfect. Should be -5. Still works. Let's change the channel count. I think the channel count like could cause problems changing this, so I'm gonna like be very careful about changing it. For like one tick, it might cause a problem. Seems like it's working. Fixing the multiplayer? Yeah, we're making it work. So -5 worked, and then 5 should not work anymore. 5, we shouldn't get anything here. 5 still works. What? How does 5 and -5 both work? Does like 198 work? 198 works too. This just makes no sense. This makes no sense to me. What is going on with this? What? You're just getting the value in the wrong tick, but it should only be sending. It's only sending the value on one tick. Is the other transmitter still set up? Maybe. Aha. We change it to 5. Doesn't work. Change to -4. Doesn't work. -6. Why are we getting a b equals 1? Oh, I suppose that was the last value. This did work before, didn't it? We gotta diagnose it now. Crap. Ah, boy. Alright, so... go into editor mode here. Let's do 11 this time. Good. We're getting a b equals 1 signal, though. For 2 ticks. It's still sending it. Ah, no signal coming in. Alright, let's see our right here. Let's see the right logic here. So we got a -5 on this. Just add it to this. This is modulo 11 going into here, and this is when planet equals 0, which is right here. Output signals B67. Where's this going? Well, it does seem something like something's wrong with this. Like it's got no output. So it's a little bit of a concern, right? This isn't even connected to anything. This isn't even, like, so that should have connected green wire. To there. It's not quite, okay. Planet equals 0, output everything. Right? Planet is 0 is outputting R is 176. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's another my problem. Still not working. One tick too early. It was -4. Oh, it's -6 now. That doesn't make any sense. If I go over here and change this to 21, does it still work? No, it doesn't work. So here's the initial tick, right? It's not doing anything special. It's not even outputting to anything. Oh no, it is. It is. Okay. So if tick is 0, we do nothing. Okay, that makes sense. Now, otherwise we copy the helmet and add the helmet. And then modulo. So 4 become 3. Ah. Whoops. So 1321 becomes 2122. No, 33. And 33 mod 21. Wait, what? So this is 34. -6. Okay. 34 -6 is 28. But why is the input signal 23? Because we're also subtracting 5. Are we supposed to be adding 5 here? Just go to 0 quick. Let's not do anything different. So we're just gonna like standardize this. This shouldn't matter, right? So the input signal should basically just be delayed a little bit. I did it again. My fingers are so bad. So this is 28. 27 because it was a tick before over 21 is still... It's 6 then. Hey T-Hacks, how you doing? Thank you for the raid. Welcome. Good to see you every Saturday morning the last couple months. Oh, I need to give you a shout out. We're doing some wires. We're very close to the end of this though. Ah, reboot beat me. Yeah, we're doing a multiplexer over space. Why are you multiplying the planet number by -1? Because I'm comparing to 0. Right? So we're sending the signal when the planet equals 0. Right? And so planet is 1 and it's 2. And over here it's 5. So like I'm sorry. Let's just do this. Right now the planet signal is 5. Okay? So what I want is to have this... I'm sorry, the tick is 5. So I want the planet symbol to be 0 here so that it sends the signal. So I have to subtract the current tick, right, which is 5, minus the planet to get 0. That's the theory. But for whatever reason, even though the current tick is 5, I have 19, which doesn't make any sense to me. Because here's 5 plus 21 mod 21. Yeah, I don't... 5 plus... It's 4 plus 21 is 25. I guess why am I doing a -5 on this? I don't know. Because it's already here. The tick. Oh, I know why. It's because we're subtracting this. So really, we have 25. TX, you came in at a really critical time. What we're trying to do is we're trying to make a multiplexer. Do you know what a multiplexer is? I can explain it. You take a signal, right? And you put a clock on it, okay? And that clock goes from 0 to 100 and over again. And then every tick, right? So when the clock time equals 1, that is the point at which planet number 1 sends a signal to planet number 2. Right? So for that one tick, it sends a signal. And then on the other side, it reads on that one tick and says, okay, I'm from planet 1. And as you iterate through 100 of them, so that you have 100 different channels of communication on one wire, and then you store that in memory, in a memory cell for the other 99 ticks while the clock is going, so that you have, like, you're basically updating once per second or whatever. Yeah. So I had this logic working before, but there's some modulo stuff here that's just throwing my brain off. So I'm taking the current tick, plus n modulo n, so 8 becomes 1. And I am subtracting out 5 from that, which is the one we're looking for. So technically, this is close with an output signal of 1. But it needs to be offset a little bit more. And to offset it, I can either subtract it, which might work. I think subtracting actually will work because it's between the range of 19. It's always between, like, it's going to be 21. Wait, wouldn't I subtract before I modulo? Is that the issue that's going on here? I think I subtract before I modulo. I think that might be the problem. Oh no, I am. I am subtracting before I modulo. I feel like the planet number should be positive to add it to the clock while you modulo, and then -1 will be the pre-fire delay. Yeah, so if I add the planet... No, I need to subtract the planet. Wait, do I need to add the planet? I'm ultimately taking the difference between the two, right? So it's A minus B or B minus A, and I'm pretty sure I have to subtract the planet. I don't think that's... I think that's absolutely correct. If you have planet 6 and 7, 7 would fire earlier if you subtract. You might be right here. Okay. Now let's try this -4 again. How close are we? This is a tick where we're writing. Boop. 129. Comes on here. We're off by 1 tick now. Try -3. It's -5 again. There it is. Now we're updating. Hey, we're updating. It's magic. It's absolute magic. So I should be able to, over here, now change this thing to be higher, to like 61, and nothing should change over here. It's still working perfectly. Change this to 6. Still works. Ish. Does not work. This should be sending and receiving on the same. Does it work across surfaces? Oh god, reboot. Oh no. Oh no. It should. So now it's not working. Because let's do. Now we're off by 2. This is kind of scary. Why are we off by 2? Because I raised the number. That doesn't make any sense. Like if it's consistently 2 off, just add 2 to the number. It's, I mean, you're not wrong. 128. Well, I updated it and it worked. But if I change this number, it doesn't. What? See, Baker Stone, I'm not sure. Like, I think it is supposed to be minus. I think it's supposed to be negative. And I think this one's supposed to be positive. Well, no, it needs to be negative. It does need to be negative. Okay, so let's take a look at what's going on here now. Alright, so let's go. Let's change this clock to something smaller, 60 or something. I change this a lot, 65. It's nice and close next to 60. Alright. So here's where we're reading the signal. We're not getting anything. And there's really nothing going on. Okay. And then here's where we want to write the signal. We do have a signal. So that is working. And then this is where we're going to write it. So we're writing approximately on bit like 17. Okay, so how did we end up with 17? I'm going to go forward 60. So the input's here. We're on tick 12. Okay. We're going to say 12 plus 65 is 77. And we're going to bring it to here. Okay. 77 mod 65 is still 12. Okay. So we're at tick 12, right? And we're going to subtract 5 from that. Or 7, rather. So now we're at 5. Five means that we should have sent it 5 ticks ago, which is correct. Which is correct. And then this is how many ticks before that we want to send it. So this is, I mean, the logic is all correct. Why do you add the helmet to the clock? Because we're subtracting here. And otherwise we could end up with a negative number. I think we have to. So if I just do 0 here and we don't offset it at all. Oh, I didn't want to do that. We should see a natural delay here where it says, okay, this is approximately when I should send it. So, boom, this is when I'm going to send it, which is a tick late because it has to first read it, right? So we're at tick 8. Now it propagated through and we're reading it and we're saying, okay, that will probably be sending this because, boom, now we're at 0. And then there's a 0 and it sends that onto the wire, which ends up at tick 12. So it's 5 ticks ahead. So if I just change it to -5, it should just work. But it doesn't. Maybe it's supposed to be +5. Oh, it's supposed to be +5? Oh, that makes sense. Because if we do -5, it means send it later. Yep, there we go. Figured it out. So it doesn't matter what this is, it still works with +5. And if I go over here and I change this guy to 17. No. No. I don't understand. I really don't understand why this didn't work. I'm off by 3 ticks somehow. What is the relationship between 517 and 3, chat? What? How is this even a thing? I feel like my logic is correct. I just don't understand why it's not working. Well, I guess it does kind of make sense because you can't have planet 20. Hold on. Yeah, you can't have planet 20. There we go. It is working. Okay, that now it makes more sense. The planet was above the actual clock, which means it shouldn't ever even work, but it does. Love it. Love this. Love this. Okay. Got it. Quit. Host our game, so we're not doing... not an autosave, though. Not doing this. Don't want my editor tainting it. One of the things I was thinking about this whole time I've been streaming is Amakania needs to have its nuclear built, like, right now. So we get rid of all this. Place this down instead. I don't need this guy. It should work. B is 1. It's not working. was not transmitting on the right channel, no. Drives me nuts. Just add 1 to it. Ah, it needs to be a math one. When it goes to 0 and disappears, it like makes everything kind of like flicker. It drives me nuts. There we go. It still flickers. Why does it still flicker? Oh, because it's got to be B. How many things wrong can I do here? Love it. Love it. I can put it over here somewhere. It doesn't quite fit. Darn it. I hate that these don't fit like for crap. Oh, it does. Hold on, it does. It fits. Just gonna put it here. I should have enough signal transmitters and stuff for this. I don't. I think I also need the clock on it too, which let's scope out a clock here. So this doesn't need to be here. Let's make this a real nice simple clock here. I want this to be reversed. Good. Hopefully it doesn't break anything. These are connected here. That's not connected. And each one of these needs a clock, so I don't know what I just undid, but I undid something. Now I'm going to put this clock right next to this. Or, wait a second, can't I... Can't I make this the same as this? Love it. I think this works because it's just going to hook up to the green wire, and this is also outputting onto it. So this is just always outputting onto it. I'm going to use you. Because I want this to work. Yeah, stop. Let's check on our coronal mass ejection. If it's under an hour, I gotta get... Yeah, it's under an hour. This has been fun. This has been fun. I think we gotta start working on our protection here, unless we just leave it. I'm gonna say 16 channels to start, and we are... this over one. Cool. That works. This definitely works, right? Sort of. I'm gonna grab this blueprint. That'll do the channel here. And then this guy. Boom. Still not working the way I want it to work. I'm counting a delivery network. Something else is outputting onto it. It's not this. There it is. Actually, I could just get rid of this. This. Good. I so wish undo worked on combinator or recipe changes so many times I hit Control Z or immediately realized I undid something somewhere else but didn't remember what. I never thought about that. I guess that would be a nice feature, but I do know that undo with wires is never to be trusted. Nope. Nope. Absolutely not. What is this? Why has this got a red wire connection? It's not connected to anything, right? I don't think it is. Okay, so I got one of these. I'm gonna take this minus this. I do need to send, but I don't need to receive. And we're gonna go over to... where does this go? Earth. Let's do this one. Do I really need cryonite rods on every planet? I do. I do. Not a fan. I'm gonna put that there for now. And then I think it's time we set up our nuclear power plant. So do we have nuclear here? We don't have any nuclear power or anything. There's no nuclear or anything. Why not? 16 times 5 is 80. I only need 2? I only need 2. Okay. If I were a nuclear power plant, where would I be? should just put it in here. What else do I need? I need all of this stuff. I'm gonna need pipes. I got pipes, lots of pipes. I'm gonna need one of those umbrella things. This guy. Should be on the way. I think that's it. Look at all this crap in here. What's the lubricant barrels in here for? More water extractors? Should have pumps. We have 33. Yeah, I think we're good on stuff here, so I think we could ship that. And I'll put the power plant down here, I think. How's that sound? Is 2 enough? That's 40, 80, that's 160. Yeah, I think that's enough. 160, 16 of these, 16 of these these are 10. Okay, that's exactly correct then, right? Because this is 16. Yeah, I think we're set. I think we're set. This should be good to go. There's nothing else it's requesting, right? Nope. So let's just go ahead and launch this. By doing, I don't know, 20, 15. Still got 2 more nuclear reactors. 45 minutes. So we'll get this ready. Very loud. Put it down here too. Just gonna put it right here. I think I just need, let's see, 16 of these. Each one is 100 per second, so 1600. So I just need 2? Why do I have 2 pumps on each one? Okay, I know why. I know why. No, 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 no. And I said 5. It's 16 to 80. If I were a steam tank. And then what was it, 25 of these? It was, wasn't it? It's like 25 of these? Four times 4 is 16. Oh my. This is so big. This is so big. I need 8 of these. This is so big. Okay, well, crap. Let's do, we're gonna need all this cleared up. Maybe 8 on each side. That's 8. I kind of want each one to have its own pipe to its own steam, but I don't know if that makes sense. I think I just have one big giant network. So 8 times 25 is 200. Jeez. This is ridiculous. This is not going to work. I need way more space. I think I would have preferred accumulators. Okay. Maybe here? No. I think because this is going to be like, I need 8 of these, right? So like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's only 200. I think I've made a mistake. I should have done this an hour ago. I shouldn't nitpick any of this stuff. Okay. It'll fit right in here. Right? I think it'll fit right in here. Okay. That's good. Take these. Put them maybe here and here. Or like this maybe. Doesn't matter. I guess I'll just put them like here. There's no way to center this correctly, so I'm not going to try. Take this guy on this side. Oh, there's oil in the way. think this works. Okay, I think this works. I could have put it a little closer, but that's all right. How many construction bots are active? Why are there so few active? Does it have power? It does have power-ish. This one's missing a connection there, and there, and there, and there. That should be all the connections. Let's connect one right here too, because it's so close. That should connect most things. There's only 40 of these. I'm short. I'm short. I'm short. My bad. Okay. Then I do have a middle, don't I? Excellent. This might work. And this is already centered, so this just needs to come down one. No. This whole thing needs to come down one. I think that's more right. Which means this is all screwed up too. There. Why not? Let's see how this works. They're never going to build it in time. They're so slow. There's water. Getting a little closer here. So this should connect east and west. It should, okay, now we have a full connection here. So why are they not placing the condenser turbines? Because they're condenser turbines. Jeez. Crap. Of course they're the wrong one. Okay, we heating up? We are heating up. Slowly. I just hope for the best here. That's all I can really ask for. I feel like this would have been a lot less space than accumulators would have been. Yeah. ETA? Oh, it'll be a surprise. So this is planet 1. And I'm going to send a signal like this. Okay, that looks good. Let's try this. Somewhere between 2 minutes and 30 hours. That seems right. So this signal comes from here and then just goes on to that. So I can just say this signal comes here. Isn't green receive though? And red is send? Uh-oh. Did I do this wrong? I think I just built this incorrectly. I think the goal here is that the signal is going to come on the green wire here and then go over to this and then be everywhere. Okay. So now, no, I guess I take this thing minus this and we put it over here somewhere. Doesn't really matter where. I'm just gonna put it right there for now. Okay. We're not gonna need this like this. I guess this 7 here, we're also not sending anything from here. So I don't really think I need much of this. I don't need any of this really. I need this logic for the send, which we're doing. And then over here, what we're going to do, we're going to connect this green wire with this one on the left. This. And I'll just put this down for now. It'll figure it out. How's our power doing? Well, it's doing okay, but it's using the power, which is annoying. I probably should have done some sort of like pump in here as well to make sure this is clear, because when this gets fuller, it's just not even going to work. And then, how am I short steam turbines? I sent 400. I absolutely sent 400. So we're going to read planet 1 here. And we're going to get rid of this. I have this in a blueprint, I think. Well, you know what? If I don't, I'll just put it there. Just in case. So we're going to get rid of this whole section here. And we're going to connect these. There we go. Okay. Oh, okay. All right. All right. And what is this guy? This is the one I want right here, novice. Okay, so let's do a little of this action here. And then I'm gonna connect it like this, I think. Moving these while the bots are coming to it is really interesting. So these are the two inputs. Doesn't really matter which one's the input. And then we had this one. This one. Here's the planet. This looks good. So you connect that into there, and that into there. Theoretically. Maybe not. This side. Easy. Now I have this one. And then I'll do another one over here. It's going to be basically the same thing. But this is going to be planet 2. And then we'll have one over here that's planet 3. If we have substations left, we should. So one drawback to this is, yeah, I filled it up with 1 million more steam turbines. That sucks. Okay, where are we? This is planet 3, 2, and 3. I need plates to identify these because I'm not going to know what's what is what planet. And I need a chart too. I got to put that down somewhere. Probably on the mainland. Yeah, so essentially then I can use logic to control this stuff now. So let's just say we had this here. I don't know, like that. That. "22 seconds. 22 minutes. I just needed to be full. I think it's gonna be partially full. We got all this too, right? This is good. What planet is this going to? This is going to space. then this is going to me. So this is going to go here. This is going to go here. Off. Off, please. We can fix this later. You placed the umbrella? Ah, yeah, I did not place the umbrella. Thank you. That's an important one. That's an important one. Let's put it right next to... Oh, there's really no space for this. One tiny little pole. There we go. Okay, so this is going to Novice. This is the Novice planet. Just double check and make sure this actually worked. I think it worked. I think it's worked. We short here? 2,000. We're not actually short, so what's going on here? What is going on with this? Oh, nothing. It's correct. It's gonna keep going. Okay. Because we have a different one now. It's this one over here. So you should fire. It works as long as you have the power. Last time I used nuclear, it was 12 reactors worth. Okay. It'll work. It'll work. Alright, where do I want this guy going? Probably over here. I think I could do it like here. Perfect, right? I don't know. Somewhere over here. This is planet 2. I want 2,000. It's that simple, isn't it? It is. It's that simple. No, we're going to send this over to this guy. Let's turn it on. Probably fine. And this should, yeah, drop by 200. Cool. Okay. And we received it here. Very cool. Very cool. Let's make a water one over here so that we can not use this water. I don't know why, but I just feel like it's important. I'm going to mirror that. And just change this to water, 2000. I don't think anything else changes. So now we'll come back here. We're going to change this water guy here to go to here. And go there. And we're going to turn this thing on. And that should bring the water down. Should be requesting water. Yeah, that's working. Okay. Now I want one more here. Basically does something like this. For planet 3. Easy. This is all identical. Except this is planet 4, because planet 3 is Amacania. And then I need... Alright, over here. Grab you again. Over here. And then we're going to put it... Well, these are the inputs, but it's not perfect. Can we just try it here for now? I think this will be okay. And we're going to request... we're going to request these over here, too. How's our power looking? Oh, not too bad. It's like maybe 25%. So you're going to go there. And your planet 4. So I got to be very careful because if I accidentally send the wrong signal to the wrong planet, I could cause it to endlessly send resources to another planet. And you get to see a really nice hill in your power charts. Cool. I like it. So now you get to see how this thing is actually used. See how it's used? So each one of these is how many resources it needs to send to each other planet. And I don't need a signal transmitter. I just have the one. This is the clock here. So really I don't even need any of this stuff here. I can get rid of this. Yeah, so we just need the clock here, and then this to grab the signals, and we can divvy that up into all the different places that need it. So over here, now this is planet 4. This is confusing because it looks like this is the one I should edit. I don't like this. Yeah, I'll have to change that a little bit or something. And this looks good. For now, I'm just going to do like this. You can make a negative force call and feed it in the one above it, right? No, no. No, we worked hard at what we got. I don't think we can make it negative because it needs to push it back. I don't know, but I think it's correct. I really do. How are we doing over here? You're kind of getting there, but like, man, is this slow? This is so slow. And this is like almost a full belt of this stuff. All right, we got 11 minutes. Plus 4 to skull. Okay, I'm not gonna like, I just don't even want to, I just don't want to mess with this stuff anymore. So it's done. I don't think we need to send any more of these rods or anything to space. So really, there's really nothing here to send back. Maybe cargo rocket sections could be sent back. Like whatever I get here, I could send back somehow. But like, can I recycle it instead? Can I? What can you recycle? You can recycle the space capsule, but I can't send those things back. Right, I can't send RCUs back in a delivery cannon. So we can't really recycle. And I don't think you can recycle the cargo sections. You can unpack it. That's about it. I guess I need way more of this. This is ridiculous. Well, that was the first thing we made. I guess I need way more of it. It'll probably catch up. Yeah, so I don't think I really need, like, and then... Yikes. There's 50,000 in there. We're bottlenecked on pyroflux. That doesn't make any sense. But it kind of does. Interesting. We'll have a problem to solve there. Okay, so is this working? Decently well. I think I can get rid of this then. And we're gonna end I guess we're just gonna end up moving a lot of this stuff over and start incorporating that type of thing. So what now? We did a lot of good work. I don't want to be done. I want to get some coffee though. I think we have to solve a couple of problems that have accumulated since then. Where is this guy? 7 minutes? That gives me time. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to make some coffee. We're going to deal with the coronal mass ejection. And then we're going to start shifting more over to these delivery capsules. I think that's probably the best thing to do. So I think I like the way this one's working. We have a lot of capsules being sent over here. There's a lot in here, I think. Somewhere. Maybe not. Hopefully there are. There's 173 left. We can send rockets full of them, right? Capsules. Or we can make them on site. Each one is fine. Where is it? Delivery cannon capsule. So you can send all sorts of stuff, including water barrels. I gotta send sulfur over to the other planet. So I want to set up these logistics. Where is the actual delivery cannon capsule, though? Well, we might be able to make this. This is tough to make on site, isn't it? No, maybe we don't. Maybe we just ship them in huge, huge quantities. Okay, we'll find out. We'll find out. I'll let you guys look at this. I'm going to make some coffee. I'll be back in a little bit. $2 minutes, huh? We're getting close. Getting very close. So what do you guys think of this? I think this is good. I think this is okay. I like this. So this is sending resources to different spots. And this over here is receiving different resources. So I don't need to receive ice, right? This is not a thing. I'm not muted, right? Correct. Okay, good. I do need to get rid of all these trees, though. These trees are driving me bonkers. Okay. Yeah, that's better. So now I have a way to receive things. I think what I should do is I should probably put another one here like this. Okay, and then this will be for vulcanite and also glass. And something else. But this is not the Amacania delivery network. 1 minute! This is going to be, what's that planet called? Alaz delivery network, right? So here I'm going to request beryllium ingots, glass, 2000, vulcanite blocks, 2000, and then this is nothing for now. So now I'm sending that, and I should be planet 1. And planet 1. God, I wonder if I should have like a planet indicate. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Okay. So now this is ready for Alaz, and then oh, we're missing it. We're missing the fun. Well, that's going down very quickly. This is exciting. I'm a big fan. I don't know why we're short 9 of those. It doesn't make any sense. Let's take a look at our power now. Oh, this, look at this. Look at this. We're using 1.7 gigajoules right now. Oh, man. Look at this. Oh, boy. Oh, yeah, we're definitely using the power. So, how long does it last? 2 minutes? We're almost 1 minute in. This is the 1 minute mark. Chat, we're doing it. We're doing it, chat. We might. Oh, the problem is like going up the curve is easier than being at the top of the curve. I think we're gonna run out of power. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Satisfaction's low. And of course, it pulls it from everything. Oh, God. I forgot about how stupid that is. We still have steam, but just can't get there because the fluids aren't smart. No, 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 nope, nope, nope. It's not how this is supposed to work. You're kidding me. That's so stupid. That is so stupid. That is so dumb. It's power locked. It's dead. It's completely dead because of these offshore pumps. I am so mad at that. Just get one, please. There's all the water. It's gone. That's so stupid. This is so stupid. It's because I left one pole in there. I don't think there's anything I can do, right? There's just nothing I can do. There's no power. I have to somehow pull. right? So, but even that, like, there's no power. I can't place an inserter. I don't have any burner miner inserters. That's so stupid. I'm sorry, but that's just really stupid. This is not an interesting problem to solve. I mean, I'm probably just gonna load an autosave or something. I don't know, it was a long time ago. Hey, Jesse Lefty, thank you for 28 months. Thank you for the 2-month streak. Thank you for smashing that Twitch Prime button one more time. Because there's no, like, I don't have a burner inserter, right? There's no burner inserter here. So I have to launch a rocket and bring myself over to get one burner inserter to fix this. There's nothing I can do. There's no water anywhere. Wait. 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 Welcome to the stupidest thing in the world fixed. Alright, chat. Panic resolved. Ah. I can't believe I had this tiny little bit of water here. Maybe I should just add a couple of water tanks just in case. All right, so we have this now, and this is working. It's not perfect because like the belting here sucks, but it's okay. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm going to just get rid of all of this here. Okay, so that's step one, and then I think what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna do a stack filter inserter here and here, with a purple inserter there, or a purple box there and there. And where does this go? This goes to, I think this goes to novice orbit. That's going to be this one. So we don't need to send anything there anymore from novice, from here. Which means shouldn't even request anything. This should be a dead rocket. I might just, I don't think I'm going to fire the rocket actually. Let me do this instead. The rocket could still be used to send cargo components back. How do you prevent it from happening again? Well, you just don't connect this. This isn't supposed to be connected. This was a mistake on my end, as I accidentally connected these networks. They're not supposed to be connected. This is supposed to be running on this alone. I guess this should be a burner inserter, but I don't have a burner inserter here. But if this was a burner inserter, this would have been okay, because I could have just separated the networks out and this would have worked. But since this is not a burner inserter, it won't catch up. So, now that these are working, the next step is going to be like doing something like this, I think. and on, and this is also on. So they're all on. So now we'll have, we'll burn through this buffer I have in here. This is a pretty good buffer. This is a pretty huge buffer, actually. Especially of these. You have two cats, and can't one of them... Can't get one of them to earn their keep and sit in their bed. You gotta crack that whip. Well, I'm not gonna do it to Luna because she's sick. I don't want to do it to Arya either because she's looking outside. She looks really interested in whatever's outside. Yeah, I like this. The only thing I'm going to change is probably the way this belt structure works. So this is done. Next up is to take this guy here. And we need to go over to this. So I have a receiving end here. Now I need a shipping. And maybe I'll do the shipping. This looks like a good spot for it. What do you think? Here. Okay, I also need here. Kanya. I need this guy, right? And I need this anywhere. So here doesn't fit. There doesn't really fit. I think this is the spot where I want to put it eventually, like right here. So let's see if we can just like scope this out a little bit. Yeah. Yeah, whatever, I can recreate this. This isn't the problem. So that's going to cause problems just by doing that. Yeah, it probably screws up something big time over there. So we have our clock, 16 channels, allows delivery network. We have our inputs. And then over here, we're going to say channel 1. And what is channel 1 requesting? Nothing yet, but probably something. Channel 1 is this one. Allows delivery network, allows delivery network. Over here, allows delivery network. Allows delivery network. So why isn't this working? Oh, because this needs to somehow connect. Right on. There we go. Now it's requesting glass and so on and so forth. Am I ignoring chat a little bit? Yeah, I'm not good at reading chat anymore. It's not easy to force cats to do anything except for placing a piece of paper on an empty floor. It works every time. It does. Yeah, we use a napkin. That's why you have to have use cat treats as enticement. Well, I have cat treats. They're actually right over here. And you know what? The cat is just sitting next to the cat trees. Look. You can kind of see it right there. I think what the problem is, Wes, is that I have the camera in the wrong spot. Maybe we could fix that. That could be fixable. Put them in the cat bed and give treat. Well, the cat's not eating the treat. She's very sick. She doesn't want to eat a treat. Yeah, this will do a little something something here. All right. Perfect. So this is heading to novice. I need one more for glass, don't I? So that'll be here, and then here, and then here. Actually, just give me this whole thing. This is going to be there. You're going to be there. And this is, oh, no. Glass. Is that glass? Glass. Okay. One blue chest here, here, and here. Now I need to get this stuff. So this is clearly iron ingots. Okay, iron ingots are going to space. Why? Well, they need to. So I need iron ingots to space. I guess that'll be a next, we'll figure that out soon problem. Yeah, we'll figure that out soon problem. And then I want another one of these. Let's get tight. But this is going to be requesting from Earth because I need sulfur. Do you share the blueprints for your delivery networks? Maybe, but I haven't yet. So this is not the Amakani delivery network. This is the, what's the novice delivery network, right? What exactly is falling down? Oh, they're shooting stuff into it. That makes more sense now. And we're still planet 4. And we're going to be requesting sulfur. Okay, so 2,000 sulfur if you would. And then go back here. Eat this guy. I don't think I need... I don't want to put it to that. I want to put it over here somewhere. So I think I'm just going to put it like this. This is not perfect, but I don't... This is like... This is already using a red-green network, and I don't want them to overlap. So I'm gonna have to keep them just a little bit more separated. This is gonna be a nightmare. I don't know what I'm doing here. I don't know what I'm doing. So let's do novice delivery network here and novice delivery network here. Okay, so that should be sending something on this one, which should be being received over here, right here. It's not. Oh, there it is. Why isn't it working? Oh, I think it is working. I'm not reading this. Here we go. It is working. Okay, so now I need to send sulfur. So that's going to look like one of these, but on Earth. And we can put it like right here. Oh, no, that's just 0. It's just 0. So we're going to read planet 4. Saying send sulfur. Okay. I love the fun Rain is having with combinators. Not many people will go this far, not even TX. Oh, I love combinators. I love combinators. It's so much fun. At least I think they're fun. And you're on. Combinators remind me of a old DOS era, where I could do literally anything I wanted with the system in a very obscure way. I think it is. It's a little bit of that, but it's also like a game where it's not ridiculous. Like you just do kind of fun things, so I enjoy it. I enjoy it a lot. But when I work, I'm much more high level, and I'm trying to get even more high level in my career, so I don't have to do. Basically, I'm just trying to avoid doing basic things as much as possible. Right, that's kind of what everyone goes for. I didn't put a delivery cannon up here, right? Good. Okay, so there'll be a little bit of resources coming in. Looks like I forgot to do this whole section here. This is kind of interesting. Nice one, Paul. Doesn't exist anymore. This is off. Hey, mining productivity is done. We haven't done science in a while. Should we do another, Can't. Yeah, we can do another swarm safety, right? I don't really care about artillery shooting speed. It's like how fast you do it doesn't really matter. It's kind of a crappy research. So this is planet 1. This is glass. It's being sent if glass is greater than 0. Nope. On, and on. I know that one of these is going to be configured incorrectly. I know it. Good. Nothing, nothing. This is good. So we can get rid of this one entirely then. Okay, and then I'm going to take this guy. Put it there. I don't know what this belt is for, but it doesn't have anything. There's nothing on this belt that's of any use. Don't think we need to go here anymore, so let's just stop it there. I don't need this to fill up anymore. I don't need this to fill up anymore either, and I don't need that to... Well, maybe I do. Yeah, maybe I do. So let's just let's see what we can do about this. Wrong one. And then we'll take this guy south like this. Make some spaghetti here because my bad. But I'm going to have to figure out a better way of doing this, like maybe with trains or something. What is this guy? This is beryllium ingots? No, this is iron ingots. And we have no pyroflux, which makes sense. So we're not making iron ingots, which is fine. Here's the glass, and the glass is going to come... This is stopped. Let's take the glass... here. Kind of wish I would have went through like that. Back the game we played yesterday, move it to Scream Drive, delete the game, unpack another game from Scream Drive to C Drive, play the game. What? What is my chat going on about? I love it. Keep going. Whatever you're doing is probably fine. This is going to be... Where are my other ingots? Right here. Somewhere over here. They're on this belt? What am I doing with this? Okay. Well, that's not how we're gonna do this. I don't think I have red belts here, that's why I'm not doing this. Okay, so this is gonna come like this, and then you're gonna come like this. Make a nice circle there. Fix that, get the crap off of the belt. So now it should be pure vulcanite. I don't know what this is for yet. I'm gonna get rid of it. Let me get rid of this. Put this there. Comes down a little bit. This. Such bad spaghetti. I just don't want to deal with it right now. It's not a big thing to worry about right now. I think that's still okay. Steel ingots, copper ingots, and barrels. This is a little weird, because I shouldn't really be sending this up there like this. I should be doing that a separate way. But I don't have... I have to make another one of these, right? Which I can do. I think I can do this. Here. And now what? What is this? This is sending to planet 2, right? So now we're sending to space, and we're sending something a little bit different. We're sending iron ingots. So iron ingots to space. Okay. So that's set up and ready to go. Let's go to space. We have a Mecania delivery network here. I need to make blueprints of this that are not hot. So this needs vulcanite too. So we can do that. It also needs more delivery cannons, so that'll be a fun thing to do. This is from planet 4. Yep. And this is the Allah's delivery network. So we're going to send on that a request for more stuff. And that's going to come right here. We are planet 2, though. And there we go. There's our requests. So I'm going to take this guy here. A little tight. And then where's those iron ingots? Right here. You check Universe Explorer. Each location has a field called automation signal used with spaceships. Might be worth upgrading your system to use that. Check Universe Explorer. Each location has a field called automation signal. What is that? I don't see it. Oh, no, I can't use that because Beldak is each one of these planets is essentially a channel, and I have to loop through the channels. So if I have like channel ID going up to 779, I have to loop through 779 ticks, which is going to be 12 seconds delay between the signal getting there, which I don't really want to do. I don't want to get it too high. I mean, it is possible, but I don't want it to get that high. Be good to have a conversation between them for later, though. It's got potential for some use. We'll see. So this is all locked up because Pyroflux, which is kind of a drag. This one's not. So what the heck? Does this make Pyroflux up here? No, right? I'll do something interesting with spaceships. I'm certain. Yeah, we'll get there. I don't think we're going to complete this by the time the baby is born, though. So that's going to be a problem. That's going to be a pretty big problem. So then what do we do here? What do we do here? What do we do here? We need this to go. Oh, crap. Oh, crap. Chad is lucky. Baby will wake up at 3 a.m. And the only thing working to put baby back to sleep is Rain playing Factorio. Hey, that would be nice. That would be pretty cool. $10 says doesn't happen though. Yeah, so here's what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna put this here now, for now, just to get this. I want to get this started because it's not working, and I think it's fine to do this because I have so much of this crap, so much. And then this is gonna go to space, but space needs things, and those things come from here. We don't have them listed yet. Getting to the point where maybe I want to do like this global variation of this. So I need probably like 4 cannons, 4 cannon chests, and 200. Got it. So that'll come on this rocket here. Next, and that's going to be 20 minutes, so about 15 minutes we'll get those. And then we'll have these built so that we can receive stuff. Let's go back here because this is getting a little bit of too much stuff. Maybe not. Just this one got glass and iron ingots for some reason, so let me check this. Glass, iron ingots. Yeah, iron ingots was set to the previous one, so that makes sense. It is really dangerous to set these up incorrectly. It's really easy to do, too. I'm a little worried about that. I'm going to take this one closer. This goes there. This comes like this. This comes like this. Start to standardize this a little bit. You come this way, but I also need it to go down there. So this will be a splitter. What is a multiplexer? A multiplexer is when you take a signal, okay? You say you have a signal and you're saying something. Every second you change what you're saying. So during the first second you say one thing and the second you say another thing. And then the people listening to your signal will only listen to 1 second at a time, and they know which second corresponds to them. So you're basically splitting one signal into time chunks of like, let's say 60 units per second, 60 intervals per second of different signals on it that are just pulsed for just a brief moment, and then the receivers will listen on those signals. I'm really happy with this multiplexer. This is the best multiplexer I've ever made, and well, I remember when I first started Factorio, I made one and it was like terrible because I had to leave it open for like 10 ticks in order to like have the changes propagate through correctly, and it just had all sorts of problems. And this one is absolutely perfect. It receives on one tick and sends on one tick, and you really can't ask for more, and it filters out all the unnecessary pieces of information that you don't want. All right, so we have now we have a lot of stuff being shipped off of this planet. I still have a bunch of stuff being shipped in. So these will stay. These will definitely stay. At least the one from here will stay. I don't think I need... I do need ice delivered, don't I? Right, ice delivery is a thing. Am I... I'm not crazy, right? Because there's no water on this planet. Yeah, there's no water on this planet, so I'm going to need ice on this planet. So I'm going to... Let's do that. Let's make one of these. Should be really easy to do this stuff now. Really easy. So let's set up an ice input from here. And you can kind of tell, I want 2000. The whole purpose of this, you can kind of see why I'm doing this, is because now when I start a new planet, I can just plop down the ice and just have ice delivered and not worry about the planet needing water. And then I come over here to Amacania and I say, oh, well, we got another ice. So this is Alaz. So now I need a water over here too. Which is easy. So I take this. This is my water unit. Put it there. Now I just have to connect the water, which is like this. And then this goes to Alaz. And it goes into the water bucket right there. See how easy that is? My first ice planet has barrel core, seems like about 1 million cryonite. There you go. Mine had Omanite, which I've yet to get. I can probably get that soon. I'm just not ready for it right now. Can I do this? Yeah, I can do that. Don't really want to though. So we're going to Alaz with this one, and it's turned on. We delivered a little bit extra here. Just probably okay. So these are all ice-based. They are. Go down here. We should have gotten ice already. We did. So we got 200 ice. That means I think I can fully retire this thing. So we don't need Alaz novice orbit request. There's nothing that this is going to send that we need anymore. So we can ditch this whole thing. This is totally unnecessary. Which also means that we don't have to send it. And that was this one. Oh, nice. Look at all these machine learning datas. That's a lot of prod modules. We're still missing 100 prod 3s somehow. I believe this is the one I don't need. Goodbye. You were fun. How many barrels do I have here? I have 11,000 barrels. I have 9,000 of this science. I saw that and then I never fixed it. Can you believe that, chat? I saw it and I never fixed it. We saw that last time. Why wouldn't I have fixed it? What is wrong with me? Oh my god. They have the same problem over here? No. Well buffered. And that is correct. I want to go back down to the planet and see why we don't have these prod modules. This is I think it's glass. I think it actually is just glass. We're missing glass. Where are these prod modules over here? It's not making any. Did I screw this up? 150 prods, 50 prod 2s. No prod 3s. I screwed this up. This should be 10. What's going on? So I have 49 prod 2s. I'm adding negative 40 to that. I should have 9 here. But the value is 0. It's like it's not actually pulling that data. Productivity module 2 says 49. But where are they? I'm so confused. There has to be like a really good explanation for this, right? That says there's 129 of them. According to this, there's 129 of them. Each greater than 0, output each. 129 minus 25. It doesn't output n. because input count is not set up. So I need productivity times n or something. There it is. Now it's working. All right, okay. All this time wasn't working. So what this is doing, this is setting up any excess prod modules above 25 gets upgraded to the next tier. That's what I'm working on here. 4 is 1. So that way, it just keeps making modules. Forever. Forever, ever. Speed modules are need to be configured here. I don't want any of these. Right? So you should just make more. You're not making more though. Why are you not making more? What? Why not? Oh yeah. Okay, I see. I see. And you have to configure these because you're doing some sort of like segmentation of it. Still not making speed modules. What's going on here? Right here. It's actually making negative. That doesn't seem right. Well, there's no easy way to do this. I don't want it to do negatives. I don't want negatives. I guess it's not going to hurt it to be negative, right? Not going to hurt it. But why is it not doing the speed modules, though? Like, why? It should. I just went here to ask that question. I don't get a solution. It should be making... Ah, I know what's going on. This guy. There we go. There we go. Now we're going to be making speed modules. We're still not making speed modules. All right, what's going on? Ah! This is outputting 27 speed modules onto this thing. Onto the green wire. There's 27 speed 3s. Okay? It's saying we need to make 27 speed 3s. Maybe we have 27 speed 3s. Shouldn't it be saying to make speed 4s then? It's saying to make 25 speed 4s. That's right here. Ah, not configured. Makes more sense. Iridium plate we do not have. Nor do we have this gel. But that's like next on the chopping block. These are going to go back and forth because when they're in this, they leave the network and then the negative causes it to not do anything. Very frustrating. Because every time it requests a productivity module, it removes it from the network, so the logic to say build it stops. So I guess that means that what we do is we get rid of this logic here, and we say never get rid of these. But that's connected to things, so... Just say z equals negative a lot on these two. So now it won't ever put it there. It'll just consume all the resources. That works for now. Did we get our space set up yet? No. Why not? Did you launch yet? You didn't launch. You were supposed to launch. Oh, you did. It just didn't send any delivery cannons. Uh-oh. 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 I think we still have bots. We don't! Didn't they have barrel recycling here? Don't hate me for this, please, but this is going to solve my problems. I have a bad feeling about this. I think they're going to blow up. I think all these beautiful bots are going to blow up. They're all trying to charge. They're going to run out of energy and they blow up. We'll see. Okay, I can turn the laws on now, which is this one and this one. And that should be requesting... why is glass on this? It's supposed to be 2. Okay, there we go. And now we're going to be sending vulcanite here. And then this should be the other one. Is it not? We're not sending any iron ingots across. This is supposed to be iron ingots, right? Iron ingot. Planet 2. Last delivery network. Come back here. Iron ingots. Aha! We're missing the capsules. That's all. And that means this can go and this can go. We need beryllium up here. Do we really need beryllium up here? I don't think we do. Okay. Well, I'll figure that out later, but this is fine as is. I think we're just about ready. It's pretty easy now to set up water delivery to another planet, I think. And the next planet's going to be Ran, because I want this oil. I think it's really important to get to this. This is a really easy planet to get oil from. I can maybe even set up a couple of core mining drills so I have infinite oil on top. I guess they're all infinite oil, so why don't I just tap all of them, put speed module the crap out of this whole planet. I think that would be a good idea. I'm tired though. This was fun. I might cut it just a little bit short today. It's only 9:19. Normally I stream at this time, but I've been streaming for 4.5 hours and just kind of want to take a break. I just want to take a little break. So I think that's what we're gonna do. This was a good episode. We accomplished our goals. I'm really happy with our new updated sort of delivery cannon network that we're building with just a little bit more control over like what's getting sent where. I think this is really good. This will really help us push forward into some of the next pieces of work I want to do. And to talk a little bit about that, we're going to get this oil planet ran. I want to do some blueprinting, get some blueprint books to help me do some mass expansion here. And then after we get ran, I think it's time to start looking at maybe getting things like this one, whatever this is. Vita Melange. And then I'd also like to get Holmanite established, which I could do here potentially, because this is like a nice Holmanite planet. Potentially. It's just for the core. I could set up the core mining, I think, would be it. But I don't really like the core mining, to be honest. I'm not a fan. It's so slow and it's like so complex and you end up with so much crap. It's tough. Maybe we'll try and figure out something to do with there. So that's it for today though. We will be back next week, Saturday, I think. Yep. Cross your fingers. I put an offer on a house 2 days ago. And they have until noon today to respond. And I don't think I've gotten a response. Let me look. No response yet, but they have 2.5 hours to respond. So hopefully they say, sure. That's it for today's stream. Let me put Luna on the stream so you can say goodbye. Luna's very sick. I want you to Please cross your fingers for Luna as well. Yeah, it's going there. She is she's suffering from some pretty serious ailments, and she's on steroids right now. It's gonna help. But look how small she is. She's so small. She's below 5 pounds. She's 4 pounds right now. 4 pounds 12 ounces. So cross your fingers she gets some good results from the medication. And that'll be it for today. Adios. We are out of here.